And quite a few comments from the parade too. Speaking of the parade, it was well attended by our Heartland firefighters. Councillor Gannell?
I noted that the deputy fire chief advertisement has gone out.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns? Can I get somebody to accept for information? Councillor Stevens? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
I love the.
Yeah, the thumbs up. Ardley Dam,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we saw some, or I noticed some correspondence going back and forth between councillors that because this dam will be built in our area or close to our area, that we should send a representative. So basically, we're just looking to confirm that and who's available. There we go. The invitation. Everything's on the 14th.
Mr. Chair, I think there's something else on our calendar that day, and I can't
That's
remember.
the open house in Denalda for Shirley McCollum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was there something else too? Was Ag
ASB
Farm
summer
tour.
tour in Wheatland.
Who's going on that one?
I am.
Anybody else?
gotta be it, surely.
I think Wade might have been going as well.
On the ag tour?
Yeah.
So there's 3 of you going?
For sure. And then you had your ASB.
Sorry, I was speaking to ASB Wheatland summer tour. I'm
Yeah.
going.
And who else from the Ag Service Board?
Clint, I think, and Wade had talked about it. I'm not
Okay.
sure if they've confirmed or where we landed with that offhand, James.
Okay.
These men will have to.
I was the one who brought that up. The Shirley McClellan, I would imagine you're going to be at that.
Going to it, yeah.
And so I would go to this on the 14th if that works into everybody's plans. I guess everybody's going in different directions. So
I'd make a motion that Councillor Nyberg attend the Ardley Dam engagement session on July 14th on behalf of the County of Stettler.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor?
Mr. Chair, and I just I do think this project's important. So if anybody has the opportunity, there is an online one on the 16th too, that if anybody has other interest could sign into that too. For the public, I think it's important that they have the opportunity to sign into that too. So.
Okay.
Is it-
Stevens?
Is it possible we could get Nikki to throw this up on social media so that the public's aware of the online portion? Or in person, for that matter, either or.
Reeve Clark through to council. I have been advertising it through our socials, but I'll continue to push it before the 14th or before the deadline for
The
registration.
16th is the one online, so.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Okay, and we do have our delegation here. These next 2 items, I think will take a little bit of discussion, the 9.3 and 9.4. So if we move to our delegation, we will start out with introductions. Greg?
Greg Jackson, Director of Operations.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Larry Clark, Reeve and Councillor for Gadsby Botha.
Alan Gano, Councillor.
Justin Stevens, good morning.
Janet Adam, Donalda Red Willow.
Clint Walker, Councillor.
James Nyberg, Councillor for Erskine South Warden.
Andrew Brishik, Director of Municipal Services.
Yvette Cassidy, CAO.
Wade?
Wade Hunter, Counselor for Big Valley.
Member of the Michael Miller, I don't. Yeah, Michael Miller's online also, and then Nikki,
Nikki Thorstensen, Communications.
and then our, we have Bo Cassidy and.
If you
Okay.
can come up to a microphone in the middle, please. Thank you.
Come on in, grab a seat.
Dwayne Heisman with Blair Tech.
And we just finished introductions, but
Yeah.
we have a new, sorry.
Bo Cassidy with Flare Tech.
And then Aaron, if you want to.
Aaron Nixon, Nixon Projects.
Thank you. Okay. Bo did send in a written version today, and how do we go about this, Yvette, when one comes in written? Or Bo, are you going to speak to it with what you had written, or?
Dwayne can for me, right there.
My only request is whoever does, please come up to the microphone.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chair, just to note that I got that very late. I didn't have a chance to, I can't read and drive at the same time when I was coming in, so my apologies for that.
All right, I guess we just want to address kind of the 19.3 road out there. Kind of going back to the different motions there on May 27th, was agreed to upgrade it, and then June 10th it was rescinded just to leave it back as is on there. It's kind of our main road, I guess, so it's a big concern for us out there. And then just kind of looking at it, like we kind of definitely, in summary, really feel that doing some sort of surface upgrade to it is probably the best solution advised for the long term on there. It's kind of what we feel it's more of a material problem. I agree with all of your guys' assessments before. The structure is great. The road is solid. It's on there. It's just that surface material has so many fines in it that it doesn't shed the water properly. It holds it and becomes a very muddy road on there for us. So our suggestion kind of, seeing I guess that cost was a big issue on there, was not even necessarily having to scrape off all that stuff off the top, but just literally putting a better surface on top to protect it on there. This would be kind of similar to the 40-2 road that we did on there. It pretty much has just a little bit of a surface treatment to it. And that's pretty much solved all of the mud issues, the rutting issues, and that kind of thing. So that's kind of what the letter puts into there, just in a lot more kind of detail, covers all of different options and whatnot. But that'd be our summary suggestion there.
Okay. Thank you. Like the 40-2, what type of surface was on it?
Mr. Reed, sorry, I would have to do a bit of background on that so I could give you full
Okay, was it
information.
MG30? You don't believe it was MG30?
No, I would have to take a look and see exactly how that was treated.
What's up by the lake?
If I can, that was MG30 out there as well.
Was MG30 as well?
Talking about the granular fill that was put on top of it, though. So it has a very much more sandy, like rocky fill than any of or surface treatment on top that was put down.
Yeah, so on 40-2, it was just our 3/4 inch road crush that was applied to it. Once you got further east, like the Bar Harbor and that, we did go with 1.5 inch crush, packed it in, and then put 3/4 on top. But on 40-2, it was our standard 3/4 inch road crush that we put on it prior to treatment. As far as the fines, whether they're clay or sand based, that's more indicative of which pit it came out of. The granular fine that is in it, that's changes depending on which pit it comes from, and that fine does change both the absorption as well as the plasticity of that granular fill. So it can make a difference, but I'm hesitant to walk away from a pit entirely if the gravel we're getting from it meets our spec. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
CAO Costi?
Just for clarification, 40-2, I'm lost.
So that,
40-4 is the
that
way it stands throughout.
that, four-way
835.
stop
Basically, yeah.
on 835 as you head east towards, which would be the bar W
20-4.
route of traffic, goes 40-2 and then 20-4 up.
4, okay.
And if you
okay.
go
Yeah.
west, that goes past
Scenic Sounds.
Buffalo Meadows, Sands, and then Scenic Sands.
That road also had that, we bought it, it worked really well. But the price of it just got astronomical. We were using it to control the dust.
The
so that
Trident
it
product.
didn't go onto the highway and also to control the washboard. What was the name of that?
It might, are you talking about Clean Tracks?
Yeah, that's it.
That, if it did, that would have been prior to my time, because I think my first year on council was when staff brought back a recommendation that it has become cost prohibitive to
Yeah.
use that product.
But it was a very effective product. But it doubled, almost tripled in price.
Councillor Gano?
I appreciate, Greg, that we just received this. Have you had an opportunity to look at the request at the end and whether or not, if you can comment at all on that? And if you can't, that's fine. I appreciate that we just got this.
Mr. Reeve through to Councillor Gano. Yeah, no, I haven't been able to do a full review of the document. I appreciate all the information and the time that the delegation put into putting this information together. But yeah, I would want to be able to have time to go through it and make some notes and that before I would comment to council.
And the timing, we haven't completed any work yet. on
There's
that
been
piece.
no work completed on 19.3 other than just regular maintenance.
Thank you.
Okay, and as far as the topular gravel, this could pertain to 19.3, but we have, over the past several years, we've tried to repair our roads, and we have used everything from 3-inch crushed, which is 3-inch and below, to 1.5 inch. We went through this last rain spell, and the roads that we put, the typical roads we did with the 1.5 top, went through this rainfall with wonderful results. Except when we put them on, we had complaints of tires being cut, well, main thing was tires being cut, and then vehicles between trucks and trailers, etc. It does get frustrating when we're trying to fix roads, and we see what the results of this are, but then we were running from what our actions were the last time because there was such an outcry from people. So as we work through this, I know I understand with putting the gravel on, but it is something that we go around the table a lot and talk about, and what is our next best solutions. And I'm still a bit of a believer in some cases, not on your road particular, but a lot of these roads could use a 3-inch and under crushed to pack in. But the issue with that is the next time it's graded, typically they'll pull the odd bigger rock out of the road. But it does make a lot better driving surface overall for people. So that part is frustrating on the fact that if we did come up with we were using a lot more 1.5 inch now. We just talked about it in an earlier topic at the meeting here, and people have to learn to slow down and drive road conditions too. And I know this road's very heavy traffic, but on the same sense, when we do have rainy weather, people have to drive according to road conditions too, and that's some of the steps that we have to take also. Councillor Stephen.
As a general rule, unless it's an extreme circumstance, I do not support removing material. If we have a hard base on a road, I do not support removing material. I think somewhere in here, it suggests that the request here that's on the screen, grade to a consistent 3% crown. We can all agree on that. No issues there. That's been talked about very extensively in the last month or two. So no issues there. Under our standard procedure, when we do dust control, it is typical. If there's any need for added aggregate or gravel, it would get done prior to us doing dust control. So that's standard operating procedure. So the majority of what's in here is pretty normal. I'm having trouble following the cost that's in here. Could you explain what you're trying to explain with the cost?
I believe we were just saying that like it matches that option 3 kind of idea on there that we had from the original meeting. On and
Of adding that
just
was the
adding,
estimated cost of
yeah,
adding
that was
more
all your
aggregate?
guys' numbers from things there. So none of that was in that request part. None of that was kind of additional information on there.
Because there was option 3 and option 4 was removing, and there wasn't a big difference in cost on them.
Option 4, I think, was the DL10.
Or was it the DL10? So
Yeah.
was it option 2
that-
and option 3?
There was 1 through 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
And sorry.
Yeah, so the cost that we've shown in here is the option 3. Kind of what we're leaning more towards is option 2 option on there. Not removing the surface, but just putting a top on there.
I don't know where the rest of council's at. I do not believe that DL10 is the correct product for this road. I do not think that it will stand up to both the volume or the weight. So I think we would be throwing good money after bad if we went that route. I am leery, as much as I do think compacting all of our roads to 100% compaction would give us a better product.
If I may, that's from your guys' road spec, by the way. Yeah.
That is a lofty target, but it is simply unachievable on a broad scale. I mean, to get to 100% compaction, you have to have near optimum moisture at the time of packing, and a week later when that surface dries out, it is no longer at 100%. Trying to achieve that on every area that we do dust control.
So my interest is make sure we get this right. This is a well-traveled road, as we know. So I would suggest that we provide administration 2 weeks to study this and bring back what they believe is gone on here. I'm not comfortable making a motion today without administration having an opportunity to look at this good information. Thank you. I find it very valuable. So that's where I'm at.
Is administration, if that's the direction back to administration, is that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Hunter, do you have anything to say?
No, I basically totally agree with that. I think the staff's done a good job on that road. I think they're working on it. I'd like to see that progress without us spending a lot of money after they do what they feel, maybe a little more grading maybe and touch of gravel or whatever. And if they can do it, great. If they can't, then we got to reevaluate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
Mr. Chair, if I
yeah.
could, a couple of things. I'm not sure if Mr. Nixon would like to say anything, but just from my point of view on this one, with the dust control has been multiple years on this particular road. I mean, for the most part, I think it's held up well. The base is good. I think it's the top dressing of this road that has a concern. I mean, and we did have administration come back with us and did a great job of 4 different options. I think the one thing that we as council were looking at is value for dollar. I agree with you. DL10 is not the product to put on here. Ultimately, in a perfect world, we'd pave every road we had in the county of Stettler and we'd be Lacombe, but we're not. So I guess just so you guys know that it is it's a fiscal matter as much as it is anything. We're trying to be responsible and fiscally responsible as much as we can. So don't think that we don't understand that there's a problem. It's just what can we afford to live with? So,
And we appreciate that, and that's why we kind of presented this other option, I guess, of just looking at the top. That's a kind of something to reconsider on there. So.
Counselor Steven?
So now that we have the options up, and I understand where you got that number from, so I just want clarification on the request. The request is to grade, compact, gravel, and then apply MG30, but not to remove what's there. Is that
Yes,
the request? Okay.
kind of a hybrid option, I guess,
Yeah.
based on your
No.
guys' meeting comments from before. So.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure I understood what you guys were after. My next question, and the three of you would have a better idea because you see the traffic on this road. We have re-gravelled that road last year or the year before. We did some road narrowing, we did a rebuild, and we've gravelled it. Is it possible that perhaps some of the traffic is changing the fines on top just with mud tracking? I know that I saw a manure spreading haul going back and forth on that road, and they are somewhat infamous for that. Is that contributing to the
No,
surface?
no, based on my observations, it's purely just from the wetness events on there.
Okay. And my next question is, and this is as much to council as it is staff, are we open to doing a bit of an experiment on this road? MG30 or any calcium product will, in theory, make the top surface a little bit more slippery than if there was none. What if we scaled it back just to see, for the first application, we normally do 2 applications of MG30, spring when we're not inundated with rain, and then fall. For this first application, are we open to scaling back the amount that we do dust control on? So do from the businesses north up to the intersection, and then leave south of the businesses with untreated, so that we could see how much of the MG30 contributes to this. It would kind of be that another hybrid option where we're splitting the difference. We do have some dust control along that intersection and in front of the businesses, but it would allow us a comparison with the exact same road and aggregate to see what the road surface stands up to when we do get rain. How much is this product actually changing that surface?
What would you change with the untreated application then? Are you suggesting then we would put more gravel on and that would be the change? Because
Treat it the exact same. If we're gonna do a top up gravel, do it on through the whole section. We grade it the same. We grade it the same. We do the same aggregate treatment, whatever that is. We just only do the dust control on a portion of the road.
I think that'll be something that should come back in 2 weeks when we're discussing it after staff has had a chance to go through this too. That would be my suggestion. Yeah. Did you have anything to say, Mr. Nixon? Oh, over to the mic. No, you need to come to the mic, please. Yeah.
Yeah, right. I guess like yourselves haven't had a lot of time with that document. From what I pulled out of it, it's everything that's in there is based on the information that has been presented to council previously. And the ask is just to reevaluate that in consideration to Mr. Stevens' comments about some sort of a hybrid idea. I think you guys have that in the county already, where you have gravel in spots and the MG30 product in other spots. So I'm not sure if that's the right fit for that road, given the volume and the weight of the traffic that goes up and down it. The road itself, I mean, the sub base is good. I don't think there's any issues or complaints from that part of it. The ditch slopes may need some attention, and I'm not sure what without diving deeper into it as far as the county standard goes. We just have, you know, a lot of that where with the heavier volume of traffic that's on that road, it kind of forces some of the traffic more towards the center just because the slope or call it the toe of the road, when the trucks get close to it, they just fall off into Never Land, and that creates other issues. But I think, you know, for Bo and the guys there, I think the document's pretty well put together. Obviously, in a fairyland world, we would want paving, and hopefully the grants are in place on your guys' ends to start that process. As we continue to grow our businesses and, you know, be upstanding taxpayers of the county of Stettler, we want to support the community with families and help grow it out and support the county. So I guess in return, we're just asking for the same things. So thanks for your time.
Hey, no, thank you. And you've heard what our follow-up will be at the meeting in 2 weeks. We have a regular scheduled meeting every 2 weeks. So a good package brought forward. Councillor Stephen?
When staff does bring back a recommendation, there is another item, and I'm reading as we go there, but that does make some sense on our high traffic roads, and that is immediately after the dust suppressant is applied to actually pack it. I think we have the wheel packers on the grader. It's probably the quicker than a smooth drum, but I think that idea has a lot of merit, that it is disturbed. That's the nature of having to apply this. If we could get it compacted immediately after, before the trucks have a chance, the heavy traffic to create that wagon track effect, I would like to try that on a high traffic road to see if it does help. Well, your top 3 inches or plus or minus are disturbed. That's the nature of trying to get that coated with dust suppressant. So if you have a 3-inch divot on uncompacted material from the heavy traffic, it would hold water. So I think on a normal commercial residential type road where you might see 15, 20 light vehicles a day, I don't think it's worthwhile. It wouldn't make that big of a difference. But on a heavy traffic road, I think it may. So I'd like staff to look at that as well.
Okay, so we have recommendations to staff, and I guess would need an accept for information.
Oh,
Bring back to our next council meeting. Yeah.
I'll make the motion to instruct administration to bring back options to our next council meeting on how we are going to perform the road surface treatment.
Call the question.
And also, if we could, Mr. Chair, make sure that this one's on the road tour. I'm pretty sure that it will be, but as a councillor not from the area, I know the road quite well, but I think I would like to keep that follow-up, that whatever we do, we can see what goes forward with that.
That would have been a fairly easy request that day, though, too, Councillor Nyberg. Can I call the question on the first motion? Did you have a
I was just going to add that for our delegation, this road tour will happen prior to our next meeting.
Oh, we have a motion on the table. Call the question, all in favor? Councillor Allen, carried. So thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good information, yeah. 9.3 road update.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. So this is just a quick update tagged on to our previous one. So what we were seeing between the dates of June 24th and July 8th, or every other day, we had significant rain events throughout the county of Stettler. Most events consisting of rain and or hail in the amounts of anywhere from, your ½ inch to over 2 inches in some locations.
Andrew, can we get you to update our screen, please?
Total measurements right now in the county of Stettler are ranging anywhere, and actually we can update that. It'll be a little bit farther, but 12 to 18 inches for the month of June. And now with the last week that we had, the first week of July, if we wanted to add that in there, we're exceeding 22 inches in some locations of the county of Stettler in that period of time. So what we have seen is definitely rainfall in the period of time of 1 month that exceeds in some ways what we'd received previously in the 3 years in the county of Stettler. So just rolling through this quickly, we did complete the purchase of the used speed trailer. It was delivered. I have had the opportunity to start working through the systems in it. It is a bit different due to its age. It is a little older than the new one that we have. So the systems are set up a little bit differently, but the options are much the same as the new ones. So the approach as to how you do your programming for your messages and your speed and everything is a little bit different. But so I have been able to start using it and getting the functions laid out, and we'll continue to perfect that so that we can garner the defendable information that's coming out of it when we start utilizing it. So you can see those two pictures of it there, where we'd set it up and started using it just in the yard, testing out some of the features. So moving through, our dust reduction program has started. Finally, we've been able to work between rain showers and events. Ratepayer funded MG30s are complete. We've had excellent applications on those. They have taken very well, and we continue to monitor those. We did specifically this year, we did, as council and staff had discussed, follow our recommendations and our QCs that we received from the supplier. We made certain that we added aggregate in many of the locations that were requiring it and whatnot, as well as Mother Nature did assist us in many ways in the fact that we had sufficient moisture in the road previous to us applying it, which helps a lot with the product sinking into the soil and holding into it. So yeah, it worked out very well. And so currently just adding to that, we have started DL10 dust reduction applications today. We are working in the southern end of the county doing DL10s, and we will make efforts. It does take a little bit longer. We should have most of them complete by the first of the week, next week. And then which at that point in time we will return and complete county funded MG30 locations and get those taken care of as well then. Road patching, of course, as we've seen, we've done extensive road patching throughout the county of Stettler. Note for council, you may hear from many ratepayers that we drop pit run on the road, as I have heard that from many phone calls and ratepayer interactions I've had. I've assured them it is not pit run. It is 1.5 inches. It does definitely lay in, and it's a little rougher and a little louder, and you noticed it in the ride of your vehicle. However, it does work very well. We've packed in a lot of 1.5 inches into some terribly soft spots, and it basically stabilizes that road immediately. Councillor Nyberg, you maybe be able to speak to it after the report as to the work that we did in your area there on some of those problem roads. You can see some of those I have added into this report as well. There's Range Road 20-3, but also the Range Road 22-1, which was one of the concern areas out west there. We've put a lot of that 1.5 inches down, and it does work very well on those road surfaces. We will have that compacted into the roads with traffic and with maintenance, regular maintenance, and then we'll finish up with a 3/4 inch crush over top of those locations afterwards. With the excessive rain, we have seen our creeks. Basically, our ground is saturated right now. All ground is saturated with water, so any rainfall that we do see is immediately converted into a runoff effect. Our creeks are running and our ditches are running at full capacity in many regards as soon as we have these rain events. So we are seeing levels that we haven't seen for many years, which is then basically pulling off and showing us some of the issues that we are looking at with our bridge structures. A lot of our bridge structures, the bridge itself, there isn't concerns with that, but our back wall compositions, we do have some questions in regards to those. As you can see in that picture there, we do have erosion behind the back wall. Any damage to the back wall in these structures, or any, over a period of time when we haven't had significant water flow, and then all of a sudden you have that quick influx of water into these structures, can then cause that compacted aggregate that is in behind the back wall to loosen, to wash, and we see what we have here is basically like a washout hole right against that. We do have this in a couple of locations in the county of Stettler where this is happening on bridges, and a lot of that is due to what we have now found is some back wall either rot or issues with the construction of the back wall. They've been loosened, they've been pulled, things have happened. And so we will be going through all these structures as the water drops, and we'll be able to have a better look at them and be able to put together a cost strategy for repair. Unfortunately, a lot of these bridge structures will not be, their overall condition score will not rate low enough that they would be feasible, or Alberta Transportation won't even look at them for funding. So these will be repairs that we would have to look at completing to the back walls, likely with in-house reserves from the county of Stettler.
Just a comment on funding too. There is a letter in the package that the 3 that we put in weren't accepted for funding this year.
That's right, and those are all our load rated bridges.
Yeah. So that's just where the funding model is this year also.
But Highway 63 got a bunch.
Yeah.
So with that being said, we are moving in the right direction in a lot of areas. Staff, we've been patrolling the roads excessively to try to stay ahead and to work along with the comments and concerns that have been forwarded to us by ratepayers and council as well. We like to get out there and make sure that we've got eyes on it so we can either perform repairs, maintenance, or set up alert signage so that the public knows what they're dealing with. These pictures here were some roads that we had significant concerns about a year ago. We did adjust our maintenance schedule on some of these roads, moved them into more of a high traffic route area, more maintenance on them. We are seeing better drainage. We are seeing less rutting, cutting, and overall the roads are able to hold the water and the traffic. Sorry, not hold the water, hold the traffic and shed the water better, and allowing us to be able to have, as you can see in the pictures, 2+ inches of rain on some of these road surfaces, and overall not much mud, clay, rutting, etc., like that to be found on these surfaces. As well, quick response with maintenance. We do see that, of course, we are dealing with dirt road structures. When we've seen this much rain, we do have areas of concern where there is surface damage to the roads. Quick response. So between ratepayers calling in, reporting, council doing their due diligence to report as well the areas that have issues or concerns, we are able to prioritize and get staff out onto these road surfaces to maintain them. This road surface here was called in where there was some large potholing, et cetera, and whatnot to that road surface. And luckily we were able to, with the staff patrols and whatnot, also we had the grader out on that the same day as it was a priority for us to hit. And so the road maintenance was completed. And as you can see, the potholing and everything else with the road material that was there was able to be removed and fixed in a timely manner. So in summary, I just, I think overall we have had some issues and some concerns in areas throughout this stretch of rain. Granted, I think the road surfaces have done extremely well. Not comparing our municipality to any others because you can't compare 1 mile in our municipality against, the next mile in our municipality. But overall, I feel as though we've done extremely well with our road infrastructure through this rain. We've had extremely varying amounts. Some areas, would see half an inch of rain, where another area would see up to 2 inches of rain, all in the same evening. So it does make it a challenge to be able to ensure that we're directing our forces and our resources to where we need them the most. But I think overall, staff and the road infrastructure has performed extremely well and kept the county of Stettler moving even through some of these wet spells. If there's any questions or comments from council.
I've just got one on several of the pictures is in areas that are in my ward. I will say that the majority of the roads, when you're driving to them, are in a lot better condition. It's more isolated sections, but also when you get rainfalls like we're getting, you find out where there was culvert damage that possibly we've had for the last few years, but we never had enough rain to actually indicate it. My only concern with that, which I've talked to staff with a lot, is when you start getting water flowing over roads and main roads, is we just need to have some signs out there and stuff to make sure that people are aware that that water is flowing over, so that, because as we talk about, speed is king, and people are driving, they don't slow down to the conditions in a lot of cases. Not everybody, but there's a lot of people that don't. So that's been my biggest concern, is people hitting some of this stuff and not knowing. That hole in the bridge, we were out there twice, packed it very good. I looked at it the second after it was done the first time, it looked wonderful. And then we had another issue within 3 to 4 days, but it's the same thing. You're getting 2 inches of rain over a very short period of time, and it just swirls everything up. So I do think, we can't take our foot off the gas, but when things like this happen, it changes our planning in that year, because we're seeing where the situations are in a lot more cases. So I don't know, where did they get 22 inches of rain at, Greg?
Combined, like
Yeah.
a total, actually, Councillor Walker's areas had
Okay.
excessive amounts.
They
of
do
rain.
typically all the time. They get the
The last couple of years, yes, they have led the
Okay.
county in their
What-
rain.
Mr. Hunter was phoned me one day and he goes, I've had 2.6 inches. What do you had? I said, I just come out of the yard. I just cut grass. Anyway, by the end of the conversation, he had 3 inches and I might have had 14 drops. So let's go west of Clint.
Yeah, west of Clinton touch, and I know some of my areas have been talking 18 plus inches, and at home we're about 10 inches.
And I know just after last weekend's events,
Mhm.
there are some reports that we've had where, the hail was covering the ground.
Yeah.
And they had 2 inches measured before the hail destroyed their
Rain
rain
gauges.
gauge. So
That was
it has been some isolated areas of extreme weather events.
and that was along some of these roads you were showing. It's the same thing. So,
Yeah.
okay, Councillor Nyberg and then Councillor Gano.
So, I have a couple of the bridges. Is there any chance that we could claim insurance on some of that? Is there grant money for extreme weather events? I don't know. I mean, honestly, we need to maybe start thinking out of the box, because we only go after STIP for our bridges. We got a lot of bridges that need work. Maybe we get into the program and see if we can find some environmental money that, because you had mentioned it, but you look at that, all that water rushing out there, but all that gravel ended up in the creek and down the road or down the way somewhere, right? So maybe there is an environmental protect the frogs and fishes or something. I don't know. Maybe there's something.
There's more dirt than gravel, I think. Ed.
Yeah, true, but it still muddies the waters for the poor fish. So a couple other things, and to Mr. Jackson's comment about the 1.5 inches, I'm a huge believer in it. It tightened up a lot of the roads. Just a couple of questions on that. Do we have enough forces when that hits to get out and hit these spots quick enough? Is it something that you could use the option to hire maybe because I mean, you guys have your regular work plan, and this messes up your regular work plan. These weather events, should we be hiring maybe a contractor to help us with moving some of this 1.5 inches onto onto the roads?
Mr. Reed, through to Councillor Nyberg, when we're patching the roads, so much of that is knowledge of the roads. So I
Okay.
mean, we're utilizing our management, like our public works management group, who they have basically the knowledge of the road infrastructure throughout the county of Stettler like the back of their hand. So they know when we send them out a notice with the location, they know exactly where that's at. Or many times they're like, yeah, between conversations with themselves and the grader operators, they're like, yeah, I know exactly where that's at. So with our staff and our fleet of truck drivers and operators, those patching jobs are very quick. I mean, we will hold a gravel program for a day or two, and we're able to hit the majority of the problem spots that are surfacing at that time.
Okay.
It with a contractor, there would be it would be a bit of a duration of time, as well as you may end up with an inefficiency in where you're placing your 1.5-inch material. If there's any question, they're like, well, I don't know if it should be here or shouldn't be. Well, I'll just go here, and away they go. And
I was thinking more on lines of just hiring the truck to fit into it, because we did that for a while. We had contract gravel hauls for a little bit, and just if we could hire somebody for a day or two, because I know your guys are busy doing the other stuff. So that's just a thought. And just the other question, and to that note, the roads that they used 1.5 on, I did not get the comment that it was bad. Their only request that if you could use more. That 22-1, they said it could use a little bit more to the south, over past the hill. They were they quite were happy with it. Secondly, just with the new grader beats, how long have we been with the new grader beats? 6-7 months now?
we're getting close to our first
Year.
Okay.
maintain days. So I mean, we don't necessarily through the wintertime, you can't
Yeah.
gauge that those are. So we're probably about 8 months of actual maintenance days.
So the only thing that I guess, because of course there's been lack of days that they can get out to maintain because of the rain, when there is a day, we got all forces on deck on the grader, right? Because I noticed like there's a couple of roads that just need simple maintenance, but if we skip that and then we get another rain and then we skip that and then we get another rain, it just becomes it becomes a trouble spot that was never a trouble spot. And I'm just thinking north of my place, great road, like it's a phenomenal road, probably the best I've got in my area, and I've just noticed it's getting punched out and it hasn't had the maintenance for the last little bit. So just little things like that the maintenance, I can't say enough. We've if we can get on those, that makes a huge difference. And I get it. I like you talking the maintenance days versus time on. So because we've always said it's a 2-week or so rotation. It's not always. Maybe it's a maintenance days that we should be focusing on. So let's change the language a little bit. I don't know, but yeah.
So if I may, Mr. Reeve, just to comment on, so with the rainfall that we've seen and the consistency of the rains every single, like it's almost gone to clockwork now that
Every other day.
Yeah. We have been focusing a high priority on our high traffic routes and the fact that everyone goes out. So we do have full fleet, out and working. And they have dispersed throughout the entire region. However, we do hit our high traffic routes and we will have guys working towards getting those done first and then basically stretching out from there and back into their areas and we do have graders working cross areas as well, where we do see, like I said, where we've had maybe more rain in certain areas and we see some issues and surface damage due to that amount of rain in some areas than others. We are having grader operators shift and move into areas to cover some of those and then back into their own. Then only to be interrupted again by the rain the next day, and so then they hold tight and then they start over again. But I do feel as though, we have been working solidly on keeping those high traffic routes covered because we do see people, they are willing to, be able to take a little bit of rain and potholing on their local roads. But they do, when they hit those high traffic routes that they're using to commute and get to well, town or the highway one way or the other, they are focusing on wanting those routes to be in quality and good shape. And I think we've done pretty good at that. We've had far fewer ratepayer concerns this year. And the ones that we have had have been very isolated areas where it's like an area that we come back to and we patch it and then we're good to go. So.
Councillor Gamma?
As I'm sure my fellow councillors also have fielded lots of calls, but I just wanted to say that I've heard a few good stories too. So thank you for that. I know 19.3 South, I think you've recently talked to ratepayer there, and he reached out and is happy with what occurred there. And as we're doing this work, we're going to upset a few and with sod and the like and that piece. But I agree that work needs to be done. So I'm supportive. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, just to comment to that. So yeah, there are, I mean, both you win and you lose. And with the way that we've been approaching our road maintenance lately with the moisture is, you know what, and I have had, emails and discussions and phone conversations, and by all means, it definitely helps to have that conversation with a ratepayer. They do have a little better understanding afterwards. Some of them you win, some of them you don't, you lose. But overall, they have voiced that they do see that there's effort, which is good. And but at the same time, the conversations I've had with ratepayers, they say, well, I don't like to complain, and I said, well, don't worry about that. I would rather hear from you than to hear, about the conversation, secondhand. I said, give me a call at any point in time, and council as well. If you're talking with ratepayers, I encourage ratepayers to call in, because without the knowledge, we can't focus on how do we fix it. So.
Okay, good report. Can I have somebody accept for information?
I can, I'll move that we accept the road report for information.
Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Committee of the whole agenda, the upcoming committee of the whole agenda, page 44 of the package.
So thank you, Mr. Reeve. We were looking for some direction. So I had Christy contact Amber about the presentation of the strategic plan. I can't say that word this morning. And she'll be here at 1 o'clock on Friday to present the new plan. That means what we had booked for Monday is kind of going to shake up a little bit. So we have a recommendation. So we'll move the strategic plan down the list and then continue on with the other ones as they come up. So I'm thinking Monday, level of service, the general traffic bylaw, the Erskine landfill setbacks, procedural bylaw review, information request bylaw, proclamation policy, commercial vehicle enforcement complaint policy, and emergency management training policy, all for council's consideration. And if we have any leftovers from those, then we'll put those on before in the morning on the 17th before Amber arrives. Level of service is something that you may want to consider moving till after the strategic plan presentation. Your strategic plan's fresh in your mind, and then you can look at the level of service policy.
The level of service also, though, is a big topic for us to go over. It's when I saw it in that list with that many other topics there, I thought this isn't going to give it adequate time for us to go through.
So my intent for level of service was to focus only on a couple departments as well. But level of service was requested specifically by council to be on the July committee of the whole.
But maybe not with all the rest of them.
Yeah, and so our intent was we would put all the items on there and basically say one mega agenda for 2 days.
Michelle?
There's been an additional add-on to the agenda since the memo came out, surplus land list. That is a list of all the lands for consideration for sale or development or rentals for the county of Stettler.
Councilor Nyberg?
And the level of service, I'm not, but if there's an opportunity to have that after our road tour, might be something to have that conversation as well too, because I think some of the more senior guys will have the idea of where we're at, of what the roads are at, but the counselors that are not been here as long, trying to avoid that word, will
Might be a good reminder for all counselors.
yeah, no, absolutely, because I think that gets us to that point of you get to physically see what we're talking about when we're talking about that level of service. Just a note, the Erskine landfill setbacks, if we could have that conversation within in this month would be awesome. We do have a few things that are cooking on the affordable housing file, and I'd like to see us work towards that. So,
Counselor Stevens and then Counselor Adam.
I'm fine with pushing the level of service off. I think we could do an entire meeting on that one alone, so.
Counselor Adam?
Yeah, I agree. We have the road tour, but on our, when we had Amber come in, level of service was one of the hot topics in there. So pushing it back to after we get her report, I think is good to see what she has also in implementing, since that was something that we hotly debated with her.
Thank you. Counselor Gano?
My ask is, as much as we can, just get the materials out ahead of time so we can scratch our head a little bit on these policies and so on.
I would want to stress, I mean, the policies maybe aside, a lot of our committee of the whole is more discussion based. There is not as much solid recommendation. For example, I'll take the procedural bylaw review. It is quite possibly that you will just get our existing one with sections highlighted for discussion, and that's it.
Yeah, that will suffice as long as we have some time to get through it. It's a long list. Looking forward to it, but I'd like to get ahead of it.
Yeah. And there's a long list and I'm not looking forward to it because there's a lot of information in that list. We need to get through it, but we need to do it in an organized fashion.
So we'll move the strategic plan finalization to the 17th at 1 o'clock. We'll remove level of service and we'll go with 3 through 9 and we'll add the land.
The surplus land.
Surplus land, thank you. And try to cover that in a day and a half. Yeah, it's just tough to have the information ready, so yeah.
Okay. Can I get a motion for it on that, Councilor Nyberg? Do you know what CAO Cassidy said?
Okay.
I can make a motion.
Can you say the motion?
bring the committee a whole agenda as proposed.
And it was taking off strategic planning. It was taking off level of service.
As
No,
amended.
strategic plan
As
stays
amended.
on the 17th.
Just moves days. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, for the 17th for the Friday. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's one agenda for both days.
Yeah, and as we go through each day, I think we need to maintain an agenda.
Yeah.
Because you add too much and it looks like we're trying to rush through things too.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So you have a motion?
Yep.
Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Reports, Chief Administrative Officer's report, page 46 of the package.
I did have one request for information, which was the fencing, the rails where they would be placed in Gatsby. I do have a photograph, so we can explain that to council. I'll send that to you.
Yeah. Just up.
There we go. So the red circles with the green in the middle of them is where the railing will be placed. We were lucky um, and didn't need as much railing as we originally thought we were going to. Greg, did you want to go over this a little bit?
Yeah, so what we initially thought, due to some of the ditching designs that we were seeing in our plans, that we were going to have some drainage issues in areas where the ditching was going to be significant. And with that, they were basically operating, they were within municipal right of way, but they were adjacent to backyards. So backyards, properties of people who were living in the hamlet. So what we were concerned about is that, with that steep of a ditch, with that grade in some of those locations, we were like, well, we would like to have something that would delineate the municipal right of way from their property, as well, give them the warning that there is, a ditch here present. We didn't have near the slopes and the concerns with that once the final was completed in those locations, but we did have areas where we do have a laneway that terminates, and we wanted to make sure that we stopped any traffic from driving through that area and onto private property, which was over basically a portion, a covered culvert in that ditch. But there would be areas at which that then there may be concern. Well, then they stop, they turn around, and they could be in the ditch, whatnot. And the other area is where the laneway 90s, but the visual is that the fact that if you were driving and you were not familiar with the area, you may want to proceed and you would end up into this ditch with your vehicle, which we don't want them as well. So those are the two areas that we deemed that were mandatory for that to be placed, those railings to be placed at.
I appreciate this. This makes sense to me, easily justifiable. I guess my question was around worst case scenario, because I know by design, trying to make this work in an area that didn't really have any drainage plans previously. If we were dealing with hundreds of meters of this, and no, this makes perfect sense. And I know that there was some issues there. My run request for staff is to evaluate whether we need to have breakaways so that we can maintain maintenance access without cutting these apart down the road. So that's my one request.
Ms. Reeve, if I can, just a quick comment to that. Yeah, so both of these locations, there is access that will allow us to maintain and perform maintenance on municipal right-of-way areas. So we won't have any issues with these being in place and not having access as well. Their positioning is put in a location at which that we can still maintain in the area around them. We are able to access our municipal right of way for maintenance in the future. And we are stopping, anyone who's unfamiliar with the area and potentially getting into a pinch or traveling on private property.
And if I could make a comment on the drainage is still working very well. It is draining from the south now. So every piece of drainage that we repaired in Gadsby is actually worked through this rainfall. So that's nice to see our projects go through. And nothing's flooded, so knock on wood.
Yeah, knock on wood. I guess when you do see the design features and it's, the shaded area outside the initial design states a 1 in 100 year rain event. We have now met that where we're seeing the water sitting out into those shaded areas and the system is working as design specified. So, and I think we've seen better flow throughout outside the hamlet as well. The water is going where it needs to go and getting there without meandering or flooding larger areas of land. So it's worked very well.
The timing of this project from start to finish, it drug on a little longer than we wanted with our transition, and there was hiccups and utilities that weren't located and not accurate maps, and there are some hiccups along the way, but I'm happy to hear that it was all completed before we've gotten this sustained heavy rainfall this year. So it's good to hear it's working.
Counselor Nyberg?
So just my question to this, is this still all coming out of the transition grant, or are we pretty much blowing through that now?
No, the transition grant was completed last year, so we did have a reserve that came over from the village of Gadsby when we took them over, and we are probably going to empty that out. Mark is constructing these at the public workshop, so they'll be aesthetically pleasing and well-built.
So I guess on a go forward basis, I mean, is there still more that has to be done to the drainage plan for this, or are we done with that now?
I think we're pretty well done. We have one culvert that we didn't put in last fall that we have to put in, but that's just under basic maintenance, under operations maintenance.
If
Yeah,
I may,
go ahead. Yeah.
the only drainage that we will see now will be incorporated into design as we move forward with construction of new streets. So there are street locations within the hamlet that have not had previously constructed streets in that area. With development in those areas, those streets will need to be developed. That drainage will basically be designed into that, and it will all work then into our master plan that we have in place right now. So
Okay, and typically if those streets were to be developed, that would come at a developer's cost kind of thing, go forward.
it's going to come at a cost at,
Yeah.
however the agreement's going to be laid out.
Yeah.
And just a quick, and you may not be able to answer this, but so, I mean, the transition grant did not typically cover everything that we did administratively. I don't think we were able to build through what we did there. So
No, the transition grant was not sufficient. What we were able to capitalize a little bit on is that Gadsby hadn't used any of their capital granting for some years, so I was able to piggyback it
Mhm.
onto the transition grant. That's where we got most of the money to do the work. Yeah, we had some terrible hiccups. We couldn't find the water lines. They were ran over private property. We ended up basically installing brand new water lines in places because we couldn't get access. They, should be all at a certain depth. That didn't happen either. So when all of a sudden you're spending all your money on vac trucks, it makes you have to then price out what makes more sense: $60,000 on a vac truck, or just redoing the water lines.
is there a lessons learned report that goes into municipal affairs over something like this that we say, okay,
They
here's
don't-
the lessons we've learned
Yeah.
this might go back to Mr. Clark with the RMA. We're not the only ones that are in this. Maybe we should be doing up a lessons learned.
This isn't the only time you will find the direct issues that we're talking about.
No, that's what I'm saying, right? And as we go forward on a regular basis, maybe these are the and I'm thinking of the RMA protecting our rural municipalities to say, okay, you guys are going to take these small villages over, and here's what you're getting as a grant. But if we're getting huge deficits or huge issues, and it's the same issue across the province, I think it should be known to the municipal affairs, the provincial government, that, hey, here's what we're running into.
We have talked and talked to the municipal government regarding water, sewer, all utilities.
And maybe it's time we sent them a report, right? Because
Yeah, and there actually, it has been included in some reports already, and
Yeah.
as we go through Carbon, Cremona and Deneld, I'm sure we'll find some other things too, but we can forward in findings from Gadsby.
When I filed the final report on the transition grant, I mean, they didn't even want anything else but numbers.
The issue is with a lot of what we did for our water, like our wastewater or runoff water, stormwater, is a lot of the work had been done probably 35 years ago. But it's almost like when you hit drought conditions and people start filling ditches in, and the
make it look nice.
their council themselves that allowed that to happen for mowing easeability and stuff. So we had to change culverts, we had to do some additional ditching, but a lot of what we were doing was on existing right of way that should have had the proper ditches in place, but over the years, things have just been allowed to go out of it. Councillor Stevens?
Refresh my memory. We are resurfacing one road in Gadsby. Is that correct?
Yes, we are. I think
in the
it's
plan.
the one with the solid.
Second
Red line?
Street.
2nd Street. Yes,
I get
actually,
lost.
no, you can't see it.
And that's fine. I was just refreshing
And
my
it's paid
memory.
for
And
with the LGFF funding, 100%.
Yep.
And it is, the base is done. I read in the report that it's going to be August,
It should be
paved in
end of
August.
this month, 1st of August, yeah.
So they've redid the base.
Yep.
And it looks good, and Border Paving's equipment's still sitting there, so.
Yeah.
that's perfect. So when we talked about future roads in Gadsby, we obviously are doing that one, and then any new roads outside of regular maintenance would only happen if there's new development. That's the plan, right? Okay.
That's up to council.
Well, Third Street had been damaged very severely when we took over Gadsby and they were building 4th Street.
So 2nd Street,
No, the one up past the town office.
so that, yes, 3rd Street, yeah.
And then with all the hydrovacing and everything, 2nd Street was like, they were just paved over the dirt roads that had been put in place and gravelled.
Yeah.
And stood up to cars and things like that. But when you start putting that heavy traffic on it, it tore the heck out of that
Okay.
style of oil or style of pavement.
And that was my line of questioning. Are we nearing the end unless there's new builds, or are we
We're
getting
nearing,
to the point where
we're nearing the end.
The area councilor's been talking to Public Works about it as the projects progress. Yeah, we're if there was other ones that should have been thought about now, they'd have been brought forward.
okay, perfect.
We also have a road treatment, the MG 250, I think, on the,
MC 250.
I can keep, on
On Railroad
the
Railroad Avenue.
Truckville Road.
Because it's
Yeah.
been ripped up really bad.
That would probably be more a standard, just, it's similar to Erskine.
Yeah.
Fifth Avenue, yeah.
No, perfect. And what Councillor Nyberg had indicated is one of the biggest issues with these hamlets when they dissolve is as-built. I mean, the amount of money you can waste searching for infrastructure that we have an infrastructure audit that says, nope, this is the length of time it should last. You should be good for another 10, 15 years. And you have no idea where that infrastructure is because there's not an accurate map anywhere. That can be more costly than the infrastructure itself, just trying to get where it physically is, where the valves are, where the,
Well, that was similar in Botha when we had the infrastructure study in front of us. Drainage was the number one issue, but that had been plaguing Botha for years. But the sewer lines, we were told we had one street that probably need to be lined or replaced. Well, we dug up 3 because they were falling apart and flooding, and replaced them all, and then replaced the curb and gutter where it was, and we also repaved. So that was, but we were lucky again with Botha, same as Gadsby, is that they hadn't used their capital grants. So we were able to take the transition fund, piggyback the capital grants, and almost completed the project on budget.
the biggest factor I want to include when they do these infrastructure studies is there needs to be an allowance. If they don't have accurate drawings or maps, when they do their infrastructure study, the cost of finding that is insane. And it's a snowball effect. So just if a water line or a sewer line has 20 years of advertised lifespan, but there isn't a single bit of trace so we can actually locate this, well, how much good does that lifespan do us when we can't find it, short of aimlessly hydrovacing in the hopes that you may eventually find a line? The cost is more than the repair. Like, there needs to be some allowance from municipal affairs for that.
I wanted to speak to, RMA did undertake with Tantus quite a comprehensive post-dissolution impact study. In fact, Yvette contributed information to that study. So I would proffer the suggestion that there's nothing missing from municipal affairs knowledge base on what we need, but there haven't been significant amendments to the process yet, particularly the funding formulas.
Is it possible for us to get that?
Yep.
I would love to see that report. That would be phenomenal. Thank you.
Councillor Walker? Oh, you did have, I thought you'd waved there earlier, so. Oh, you're appointing, okay. Counselor Gano?
To Councillor Nyberg's suggestion, I would, regardless of the who's going to see it outside of its council, I'd like to see a report around how we made out with Gadsby, like the dollars that came in and so on. And it doesn't have to be extensive, but I think it's important to have that. I think the words were we're nearing the end. So let's have an end report that we have on file here in case that question comes up. Because we are going to be faced with this, and maybe it'll arm us a little bit better as we go forward with maybe some future disillusions. And again, when I make that request, I don't quite understand the effort, CO Cassidy. So you'd have to tell me if it's if the effort's not worth the pain, I guess. Then I need to understand that. But if
Yeah,
Go ahead.
no, financially, it's not that hard because I kept track of it. Like I spent many a sleepless night pulling numbers together and worried about I wasn't going to have enough here and enough here to meet the obligations that had to be done immediately. But the joyful thing about these villages is we go after the stuff that needs to be done right away so that they function as well as they can, so they don't require us being out there every day. But there's still other areas that need to be addressed, and we're doing one right now in Botha where those lots were not, properly designed, and so now we're cleaning up that mess. That's totally coming out.
The report that I'm suggesting could include future risks
Yeah.
that you see.
A lot of future risks, you don't know the future risks
Right,
until
but-
they happen.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but I think there are probably some that keep Yvette awake at night still. But thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this is all within the CAO report, so.
Right, and then
Motion to receive that for information. Thank you.
Okay.
sorry, Mr. Chairman, there was a comment on WCB rebates or the rebate revenue account. You got the answer on that? You're satisfied with that?
Yep, you bet. That was, I
Under
think that was
financials, wasn't
the year-to-date budget that one was on, but 100% it stood out to me.
Counselor Gano?
I had a question under strategic initiatives.
Mhm.
June 8th, met with Stettler Board of Trade. And I was just wondering how that went and if there's a tie or
Right.
what have you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I passed that on to Nikki to comment on, but it has to do with the economic dashboard that we're working on. But Nikki, do you have comment?
Sure. Deputy Reeve Gano, we met with Byron Geddes, both Christy Bellette and I, and we discussed our new business directory and then our investstetlercounty.ca projects at length with Mr. Geddes. And we were requesting that he beta test it as a regional partner with us, and which he was enthusiastic to do and has been working with us on that project. So they're well aware of our project, and Mr. Geddes informed us of some changes occurring at the Stettler Board of Trade in regards to how they're operating with the town, which I believe you're aware of, and that was sort of the crux of our meeting.
Thanks for that update.
Thanks.
So any other questions, or we have a motion on the table to accept the CAO's report as presented and discussed? Call the question, all in favor? It's carried. Financial reports, 11.2.1 year-to-date budget, 11.2.2 bank reconciliation for May, 11.2.3 payment register, page 104 to 125 of the packages. We did go through some questions already that came through on them. Was there any other questions on those reports?
I don't see any, so I'll move acceptance of the report.
Okay, did you have anything?
Nope, I
Stephen,
was just gonna move.
Okay, so Councilor Gano moves them. Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. 11.4, Counselor Committee Reports, page, or fee sheets, pardon me, 126. Any questions on those?
Mr. Chair, just one, you did a report to, or a presentation to the Rotary Club.
Yes.
Did that go through council? I just wondered. Like, was there a request to do that through council? I didn't know if I missed it. I just wondered. Was it just like, we've never done it before. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Got a copy of it in my office.
I,
if you want
I
to
can
see it.
speak to that if you like, Reeve
Yeah,
Clark.
if you would.
Yeah, the Rotary Club requests us, I'm going to say, and this is approximate about every 3 years, we do a tour through a Rotary Club luncheon and update them on the current happenings of the County of Stettler. And sometimes it's the Reeve and sometimes it's the CIO, and this time
Oh.
they asked for both and we sent both of them.
Okay. No, I just never saw that it was something we've done before.
It's the
So.
third, about the third one, so you're pretty close there.
Yeah, we do an update on what's affecting us, what the current happenings are, and just a general information on what's happening.
Fair enough. Normally, I just you see the request and then it comes through and we send somebody. But that's cool. No,
Yep.
it's good that we're doing that. I just wanted to know that where that was coming from. So
Thanks.
And it was very interactive. This was probably one of the better ones. I found it, but we had a lot of questions, and I think we gave them a lot of information that they just kind of sat there and looked at what we did and what we did for the area.
and with that, Mr. Chair, I'll move them forward. I don't think there's anything that's of issue or concern unless somebody else sees something that's there.
Any other questions?
Oh, what was with yours, Mr. Stevens? You went in and went out on a joint meeting?
That was a correction from last one that
Oh.
I actually identified.
Oh.
It was a half-day meeting and I added in the wrong column. So to make it show that
you were right and straightened it straight up. That's awesome. There you go.
Okay, on that note, call the question, or all in favor? Carried. Counselor Committee Reports.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. I did not do one for the FCSS. That was my bad. If I could do a quick oral report in place of that, I appreciate it. The Family Resource Network, we had a grant. FCSS, unfortunately, gets funding from the province, but unfortunately it's never enough. Of course, as most everybody knows, we both municipalities, the town and the county, have their portion. I think it's 80-20 funding. So if the province gives us, say, $100,000, we have to come up with $20,000. But so how they make a lot of what they do is through grants. The Family Resource Network, we got an extra $15,000 this term, and that does our family counseling program. So that was a big plus. And many of you would have saw the big bouncy castles at the arena on Canada Day and with the barbecue out front. Again, we tease our executive director, Shelley Walker. She should have got into the catering business because it seems to be that's all she does. But I said that's how you get through to a community, is through to their heart, is you get through their stomach. So she's done a really good job. They're also at a number of other events where they're trying to raise money for Crisis Aid. So they were at, I think, the Ford dealership and did a barbecue there. And then, of course, we did our barbecue for Canada Day, we flipped some burgers there, and are moving forward. There is a number of grants that they have applied for, and we did get one from the United Way grant, small grant, but still every dollar counts. So, yeah, so that's, they seem to be the queens of writing grants. They do a great job at it. So I think maybe second to our CEO, Miss Cassidy. So,
On the committee report, so we had a bit of a discussion at our agenda setting meeting. And some of our committees, like where we're managing those groups, like, and I will say one that I'm on is Shirley McClellan. And we've got Stettler Ambulance, we've got Stettler Waste, we've got those ones. We can have a copy of those board meetings. I don't really know why we would bring, why that member that sits there or chairs that has to bring a meeting, committee meeting back when our own people are doing the reports. So I do question, like, why as a counselor you have to bring that back if you sit on that committee when we have that and we can include that with our package, our own, the actual board meeting report. So it's just a comment, like on our Shirley meetings, I'm very confident in who takes our meeting minutes for it. And for me to go through that and say, this was said or that was said, I don't see the value in it.
Well, so Mr. Chair, if I could, I guess I do see a little bit different. Minutes are just minutes. The context of the conversation in a good report gives you that context. This was discussed or that might not hit the minutes, but it was discussed.
If it's part of the minutes or it shows up in the minutes, the question can be asked on that then, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I mean, there's lots of stuff that won't hit the context of it, right? The conversation sometimes. I guess that's where you and I will have to disagree, because I think that is your opportunity. I see committee reports as the opportunity to highlight the good work that your committee is doing, whether it be the museum, whether it be the Shirley McClellan, whether it be the ambulance, fire, emergency management, any of those. It's the opportunity for you to involve the rest of council and make sure that when the decisions are made go forward, that council has the information. So,
Well, I think if you read, you can see the same information that the board members see.
if that is your context and that's the report that you want to put in,
Okay, and I'm fine with that then also.
I think I'm not gonna judge anybody's report, but the reason that I do it differently is because that context, I think, does make a difference. But
Councillor Gano?
What are your thoughts about ASB? Because I haven't. I'm chairing those meetings. We're sharing minutes.
it's been a little lackluster, I'll be honest. I'm not going to say that I thought when I was going to step off of that, I would still get some of that information. I'll be honest, I'm not feeling that I'm getting the information in full. So at the end of the day, I think you and I have had that conversation that some of that has changed. The nuances of who's going to the Ag Service Board, summer tour, stuff like that, could be included in a small report. But again, I'm not going to judge anybody's report. When the decisions as council to make a decision for Ag Service Board, if I'm uninformed, I would probably lean to revert to the negative.
Right.
So if you want your council, if you want Ag Service, if you want council to support your particular board, the more information you have, the better I think you are. And for the Shirley McClellan, Mr. Clark, we really don't have any say in it. It's just information brought back.
It's going to be pipelined out here once we get a railroad crossing done.
Yeah, right. And that's kind of I like to know that, but it can be in the minutes after.
That it is that's typically why we have the meetings.
But I mean the nuances we don't necessarily know on some of these other boards, right? I don't care if Shirley McClellan sends 3 guys to a water treatment facility thing. It's not our gig anyways, right? So.
Okay. Did I have another hand up?
Well, my feedback on committee reports, I do see the value in them. I mean, one of mine's up here, and this was a very brief meeting. This is just the highlights, is all I really do. If you want more information, you can reach out, but I mean, when we talk about Shirley, I would say Shirley having a vested interest in in this potential dam project, or anticipated date for when the line would be, final construction would be complete, or the open house for Denelda. I mean, those are 3 highlights, I would say, pretty quick and easy highlights.
It's advertised already if you want to look at the information. So
yeah. And outside of that, and what happens is our staff is very thorough with their agendas and their meeting minutes. So what was the last Shirley agenda package? 60, 70 pages for the meeting?
No,
Shirley
probably
McClellan agenda
Yeah.
package?
That's
Yeah.
pretty small compared to
12?
12.
12?
Yeah.
I know our last ambulance one, for example, was quite large because it was our financial audit, and there's Linda does a pretty thorough report. And I mean, when that one, I'm sure was at least 40 pages, 40 to 50, I'm thinking. Having that half page highlight rather than reading through 50 pages worth of agenda packages per committee, I see value in that.
Okay. Is there any other questions on the reports that have been issued? Or ones that haven't been issued that have been talked about? Yeah. My apologies. Councilor Gano,
I'll move acceptance of the reports.
call a question, all in favor? That's carried. Nothing for correspondence. Consent agenda items. The Stettler Rotary Club, thank you for about night attending. Clearview School Division, thank you for the young women in the workforce.
Mr. Chair, I think we got was that the picture they sent? There's a picture on our, I don't know what you want to call it, the council
Council
lounge,
lunchroom.
council lounge. There's a picture there. It's kind of cool. So, yeah.
And then County of Stettler Property Assessment Taxpayer Info Session, as we discussed already today. Shirley McCollum Regional Water Services Commission, Denelda Reservoir and Truckville Public Session. The one that was added was the STIP program from Alberta Transportation Economic Development. That was for the bridges, Yvette,
Yes.
and that's not getting any funding this year. So is there any questions on any of those? Councillor Stevens?
Just, I'd like clarification from staff on this STIP letter. Please note that if you choose to start construction on a project prior to funding approval, the project will no longer be eligible for funding assistance. Would some of the more extensive maintenance on some of our bridge be considered starting a project? When we're
Usually if you go in and do some work on a bridge, you're going to change your percentage of it falling apart or how quick it's going to fall apart. So yes, it does affect it.
Well, like we saw a prime example in our report, the one that had a large hole that had eroded with all the rain. Obviously, we can't leave it like that. We'll probably be replacing some of the timbers that created this erosion and obviously recompacting material back in on the roadway. Are we no longer eligible for STIP on that bridge?
We're eligible. It just depends where it shakes out in the evaluation. We got the letter. I sent it on. It was, I love the way they do this. Like they send it at 5:30 on a Friday night. And so I forwarded it to Greg and Andy. Andy came back with some questions for Alberta Transportation, getting ready to reapply in 2026. I sent those in first thing. Haven't got an answer back, but we should have a better idea on the maintenance and how it's going to affect it and what the absolute bottom percentage is. It used to be 44, could be lower, could be higher. We've asked for clarification.
I mean, that example was egregious enough that we have to fix it immediately. There's no question. I just don't want to get into us inheriting additional bridges that were no longer eligible by doing more extensive maintenance. So that was my line of questioning.
Greg and then Councillor Member.
And thank you, Reeve Clark. So, and CAO Cassidy can she can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's where we do see on a scale when the bridges are scored, and we do see our load rated bridges, if they continue to fail and their scoring continues to go down with inspection year after year, and we submit them for funding and we do not receive that funding, there is a point at which we either have to close the road or we would have to do the work to the bridge, at which point then that extensive work to the bridge would then conveniently remove it from the list, as the work that you would need to do would be replacing it completely. And therefore funding would not be required for that bridge. So it will eventually, if we do not receive funding on these bridges that we have set for our load rated already and that are getting dangerously close to that must require work or replacement scoring in the inspection, the decision has to be made at that point in time. Then are we closing the road, or are we going to go about and do those fixes at our own cost?
So we were not approved funding for these 3 bridge files. Were we successful in any bridge files this year?
Not this year, but we have one that we were approved late last year that we'll be doing this year. We really pushed these 3 bridges in November of last year because they were load rated. And the one is the Schollard Bridge down in Councillor Hunter's area that has got a lot of parents upset because the school bus can't go over it. And we've had lots of letters of support from Clearview and parents, and still nothing.
And Andrew, and then
Yeah, I was just going to comment on the grant funding eligibility. I would say if the emergent repair you're doing does not increase the score, you're likely not excluding yourself from future funding. That sort of thing. However, you can pretty well guarantee the funding will never fund the work you did ahead of time. So you don't even want to mention it at that point. But yeah, if you make the score go up on it, they're going to take a look and say, well, last round you said it was this, and this round it's better. What happened?
okay, Councilor Nyberg?
So all the work we do on the bridges, like checking the bridges, we can't bill.
No,
Just remind me again, and maybe for the public, who owns the bridges?
the province.
Okay, so a question I already know the answer to. That being said, are we going to share this letter to our respective friends, i.e. the Clearview and anybody that sent in letters of I mean, honestly, we got stiffed on this one, but they should know it. Apparently the government doesn't even have enough money to put gravel on their secondary highways, so why would they be able to put any money into bridges? But
Yes.
again, not our problem, but
We could definitely get that. I think we should definitely at least correspond with Clearview to let them know that we were unsuccessful again, but we'll keep trying. The gravel on the secondary highways and the bad shape that they're in. Vicky's working on a letter to go to the minister about that. But judging on what happened in Fort McMurray with Highway 63, when the residents got together and started patching potholes, all of a sudden they've taken an additional amount out of the maintenance budget for the entire province and put it towards Highway 63, plus some capital funding. So we kind of know where the bridge money went. Yeah.
Councilor Nyberg?
so just a note again, and I don't necessarily say we do this, but we never did get any signs up that said this who, and in all honesty, I got a phone call on the weekend of there was a deer hit on 835. Apparently my phone is the first phone number that comes up on the website for the county of Stettler. I'm okay with that. Guys, are you the guy I phoned to get rid of a deer on the road? I said, well, is it on the highway or is it on highway? I sent him to where he needs to be. But on the same tone, wherever happened when we were asked MCON to put up the 1-800 numbers like they have in every other area, this road is maintained by MCON. If you need help, phone 1-800. Where did those signs go? Because we asked transportation and they said they were going to do it and they haven't done it. So
There, if I may, Mr. Reeve, through to Councillor Nyberg, there are some, like if you, Highway 56 north at the Highway 53 intersection, there is
a brand new highway. Oh,
there are the signs there, but the number that they state for the concerns to be called into is a 511 number. So if you read that sign, it states who is the contractor that's maintaining those roads. 511 is set to the side. That's very kind of separate. It doesn't seem as though that's like people don't queue into that. That's the number that they need to call. I've had many conversations with people where I state phone 511 and record your concern with the province, and that will go back through to the area manager for the contracted maintenance in this area, and it's recorded. So, but there's a lot of, I mean, when you're going down the highway, you see that sign, and you don't even cue into the fact that that's the number that you should be calling.
But I think it should be on the
It's
Councilor
kind of like
Gano,
that
and then
310 land number.
Regarding scoring, it's new to me. So who does that scoring, and what kind of tools do they use for? Thank you.
So actually, I will have that information on our road tour. We will be supplying a bridge scoring sheet and description, as we will go to a couple of bridges and inspect those as well. But it's through a contracted services to the county of Stettler that we have our bridges inspected.
And they're appointed basically by the province to score the bridges.
So that it's consistent across municipalities.
Yes, it's kind of like our assessment. You have to have a provincially approved assessor. Well, you have to have a provincially approved bridge inspector to score the bridges.
Thank you.
Councilor Stevens.
So my time on council, we've normally gotten 2, sometimes 3 bridges from STIP a year. Obviously this year we didn't get any, so we could call it an average of 2 a year. Would that be generally? So,
Yeah, we've been very lucky.
so in another 30 to 40 years, we'll be on track to replace the bridges that have 5 to 10 years worth of lifespan left.
And then
That is the scale of the issue that we're talking about.
we'll be
So-
back replacing the ones that we replaced 20 years ago.
Yeah, I just want to get that out there because if you look at it in isolation, we missed 1 year. Shucks, not that bad. Well, no, it's pretty bad. Like one of these is,
It pushes our average down the road a long way.
yeah, and one of these has been load rated for 4 years at least.
There's been more than one load rated because
Yeah.
there's one that Super Bs are going over that just make me cringe. I think the school buses stopped going over it.
Yeah. We've actually had a couple of years where we've received none, and then they kind of make it up the next year, where we've gotten 3 or 4. But there's been a lot of changes in Alberta transportation, so we'll have to see where that shakes out.
I'll give you a motion to receive for information the consent agenda items.
Yep.
Sure, I'll accept that friendly amendment.
Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. I believe lunch is here and we just have the in-camera sessions left. So Andrew, should we be going in camera and breaking for lunch, or?
Could do it in either order. Yeah. It's just as easy to recess and go in camera after lunch.
So we'll recess for lunch. I think, oh, it carried, yeah. Okay. Mr. Hunter, your thumbs up.
I did send it.
In the
Oh.
chat?
Yeah,
So you want a motion,
Trying to-
you want a motion now for me, resend that motion I made earlier?
Yes.
Okay, I will rescind that motion for desludging the Red Willow Lagoon.
Okay. Is that
He will rescind motion 262.06.24.26 from the June 24th meeting.
Yeah, I don't have that one in front of me.
I can't believe you didn't memorize that.
okay, call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
I will instruct administration to approve and proceed with Stantec's recommended construction planning and design, as well as to proceed with the procurement process for the pipe and drainage construction at Red Willow Lagoon.
Call the question, all in favor?
So just clarifying, that's going to take us to tender?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll move that we instruct administration to bring back the estimated operational costs for the Red Willow Lagoon, including any capital, any new capital investments to the lagoon, as well as ongoing maintenance costs.
Call the question, all in favor? Oh, you gotta,
Would tracking be in there as part of that operational? Like tracking capital?
The inclusion of a septic receiving system. We can break it out. We can give you both.
I'm fine with bringing back costs for that, yeah.
Thank you.
okay, call the question, all in favor? Opposed? No one's opposed, carried. Yeah, the auction, the quick auction, okay, thank you, Mr. Walker. Okay, so that one's carried also. Then we've got, the next motion coming up, Mr. Hunter.
I don't have that number in front of me either, but
It's
I
on your
will
screen.
make a motion for that land purchase.
If it's easier, it's in front of me, I can make the motion.
Okay,
Move that the county of Stettler approve the purchase of a plus or minus 4-acre portion of Northwest 283718 west of the 4th for $32,000 plus GST, funded from the general operating reserve.
Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, our next meeting is 2 weeks from today, is it not? Well, our next council meeting is July 22nd. And
Committee of the whole.
On-
Committee of the whole.
Mhm.
Yeah. Like,
Said 2 days next week.
okay. Okay, now we have one motion left for this choice meeting. Councilor Walker, out, call adjournment. Call the question, all in favor? Carried.